Yeah, I was seeing our good friend that does the re-uploads, the shorts. It's really a great service that young man is doing in our live stream, in our kind of community space. It's a lot of people who, I don't know, to me they seem like, teenagers, but then they say they're like 35 or 36 or whatever. So if you want to support, if you want to help, I guess that's a good thing. Why do we have a green Noah and a red Noah? But here it's about a 12-hour difference from the United States. It's a beauty. Look at this beauty. Activate, activate. I need to buckle up, right? Because my whole life I was, really so much of my adult life, I was a Buddhist monk, and this all now is new to me. So there's a lot of interesting expressions of humanness. And there's a teaching in that too. It's kind of like we're reading books by the cover, and the book is not in the cover, you know what I mean? The book is not in the cover. And then to consider that it's possible for a book to be about nothing. Can you imagine that? If that's actually what books are about, is actually nothing. Can you imagine? But we live in this world, we live in this society. Come on. We live in this society. Come on. W's in the chat, everybody. I can do this. No, you don't smoke ganja. Okay, we don't do that. Not going to do you any good. You want to get high? You want to get twisted? You want to get ripped? You want to get flipped up? That's not what we're doing here. You waste your entire life like that. You miss out on these breakthrough moments, these breakthrough points. Look at the sunrise. Look at the sun passing away. People say, they come into this live chat, they don't know what they're talking about, and they say, you're not a philosopher. All the while they didn't know, and they didn't even consider that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so, you're Mr. Who was it, or whatever. You're going to come in here and tell me I'm not a philosopher? I'm the philosopher on this live stream right now. You know what I mean? Look at the sunrise. I'm just getting my stuff ready. Yeah, what's a philosopher anyway? A bullshit artist? A nonsense talker? A debate lord? You know what I mean? What kind of standards do we have for philosophy in a society like this? That you get on Discord and argue with people? I'm not here to get in a fight. I'm not here to get into an argument with anybody. This is, there's a message of nothingness here. There's a story of no story here. There's a teaching of emptiness here. Why? Because that's the way that it is. But also I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. But Matt Rizzo, if you attach to that, then you make a philosophy being nonsense. And that's real nonsense. Yeah, I studied multiple Buddhist schools. From 25 to 32, I was a Buddhist monk. Zen, Theravada, Thai forest, Tibetan Buddhism, especially Zen, especially Chan. You know, people say, what's your purpose for doing this? This is happening. Primarily, this is happening. You know, we're not in a court of law, are we? I've come here to judge you. How about not? How about you come here to take responsibility for your coming here? I was a Buddhist monk within the lineage and within the tradition of real Buddhism, Theravada Buddhism out of Thailand. No, we're not talking about tripping on stuff. I mean, the real being really high, being truly high, is just to be here and now. In the infinite, in the unfathomable, in the inconceivable, in the thoughtless. You know, where did your thoughtlessness go? People come in here and say, you're just a jack. Well, where did your thoughtlessness go? Where did your ability to not think go? To not think and just walk. And that's kind of what we're talking about. The Indians come in here, they talk about Hinduism. The Americans come in here, they try to bully me, they try to make fun of me. They try to say I'm not cool or whatever. They ruined our minds in school, kind of. I mean, I could see it that way, you know what I mean? I could see if somebody held that perspective. Tips for meditation sessions, Alex. What are you trying to do? What kind of meditation are you going to do? Because I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. What kind of meditation are you trying to do? Just being. Well, if you're trying to rest your mind, you have to stop all trying. And you can't try to stop all trying, right? So I'd say one of the best ways to start meditating is to go out and walk. And let me give you all an example. I'm seeing spirits out there in the graveyard. Okay, so check this out. This is like the easiest way to start meditation. It's kind of like a form of meditation. It's also like they say, you know. All right, you ready for this? So you start out and you're in your house and you're sick. You're sick on the stuff that you get sick of, or you're tired, or you're stressed, or you're depressed, or whatever it is in your life that you're... Can you see me over here? Can you see me back here? Can you still hear me? Are the microphones connected? Can you see me back here? So you start out full of shit, right? And so you start to just go out and you say, okay, I'm going to do that walking meditation that monk guy, that crazy guy on YouTube said for me to do, right? So you just go out. It doesn't even matter where it is, but of course you can drive to like a park or a forest or whatever. Open up your hands. See how my hands are open up like this? Open up your hands by the side and just walk. And walk in a way where you're kind of, it's almost like your head is a triangle and the thoughts are like raining down from above, and your thoughts are like falling off of the tip of your head, right? Like falling off of and falling away from your awareness, your attention. And the way that you're walking is actually you're opening out and you're kind of giving out your energy. You're giving out your attention into space. So I'll start again. You start from like back here. And you just walk out and open. And you don't have to think about it, because it's kind of like we're doing it together with the instruction or the support. And the thing, instead of just breathing up a storm, don't be breathing up a storm. Instead of that, you just walk and, you know, thoughts happen and breathing happens, the body happens, but you're giving everything out. You're giving any kind of involvement out. You're not getting fixated in attention, in dwelling. Focus your senses on space. And really, you don't need to focus. The walking meditation, the reason that that's one of the best ones to do is because it helps you to not focus, but like just to open. Instead of focusing, just to open up. You see what I'm saying there? So opening out widely, opening out fully. Like this. Even just standing, even a moment of meditation like this where you just stand and you open out your hands and you feel that, like, the space, you feel the space coming out of your body. You feel the space coming out, you know, through the body. You feel your mind in the environment, out. And you just release. Now, this can be a little bit tricky to do when you're just getting started with it, right? And so in that case, you can actually pour out water. I know this sounds weird. I know this sounds like, you know, what the heck? I never heard meditation instructions like that before, but this will really work. So you go out and you kind of, okay, Mr. Monk, okay, Rob, I'm doing this meditation thing, open it up, and then you have a bottle of water. And so the bottle of water is like the conveyance, the means, the vehicle for you giving the blessing of relaxing and releasing the whole body and mind. Because you're not just meditating for this body and mind, the meditation is kind of all-inclusive, body, mind, environment, right? So you can hold that water bottle and just pour it out and experience that pouring out, flowing out of the water. And in the same way, any like contraction, any constriction in the body, flowing out and releasing out, etc. Because there's so many side effects when we get contracted, when we get constricted in terms of the body. When we like constrict around ideas or feelings or sensations in the body, and then we're always kind of worked up in that way, and that's not what we want to do. We want to have that release, relax, whole body and mind capacity. You see what I'm saying? So you can try that. You can try to practice like that and just give it a shot. And then you can come back and you can talk about it, see how it went for you, see if that worked out for you or not. And then we can also do something like this. If you're getting benefit, if you're really appreciating this, I'd appreciate a lot of big W's in the chat. Support the live stream, support this going on. We got a lot of haters, we got a lot of people who don't know what they're talking about. So let's get some of that energy, some of that juicy W's in the chat. We want other people to be surprised because this is unusual, this is surprising, this is not something we know about. And so we get those W's in the chat, so those people coming in, they're also surprised. They say, this is a W, well, what's a W? What's this kind of thing? And they get to experience that. So put those W's in the chat, really get that energy up, really get that energy moving, and we'll see what happens when the Mr. Beast of Buddhism does Mongolian throat singing. Here we go. Everybody ready? 10, 9, 8, 7, count down with me, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, okay, back at the top, count down together with me, everybody, come on. Ten. Together, everybody, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, stop, pause counting. Yo mani padme hum, yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum, 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 yo mani padme hum. Get some W's in the chat if you believe in me. Get some W's in the chat if you support me and you're a part of this movement and you're a part of what we're all doing and the direction that we're all going in no matter what. No more judgment, no more anger, no more greed, no more fear. We're supporting each other on this path. We're giving everything that we've got. Here we go. Come on, together with me. Yo, 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 yo. I want to see comments in the chat. I want to see you saying this is only the beginning. I want you to put in the chat. I want you to say this is only the beginning. Yo, 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 yo. I'm 32 years old. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm originally from America. I'm here in Malaysia and I'm giving it my best shot. I'm going to try to make it out here, right here now. Here we go, everybody. W's in the chat. Get that energy up. Get that energy up. It's morning in America. Come on, everybody. Jump with me. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, W's in the chat, everybody. Don't get overwhelmed. Come on, everybody. I'm relying on you. Yo, 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 yo. This is only the beginning. People ask me, they say, you look like you're in great shape. And I say, you're right. Me and Mr. Potato Man, he actually exists. And I found out, I said, this is my morning routine. This is my morning, here and now. Yo, 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 all the way up to the sky. Come on, everybody, together with me. Yo, 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 ah, e, o, I, e, a. This one's for the children. Here we go. Say this one's for the children. Put this one's for the children in the chat. Come on, everybody. A, B, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Come on, everybody. Q. Together with me. Together with me. R, S, T, U, V. Big one. Come on. W, X, Y, and Z. Take a break. Take a break. Morning time in America. This is what it means. Morning time in America. This is what it means. Come on, everybody. Big W's in the chat. Come on, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, everybody. Together with me. Yo, 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 yo. Yo, 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 yo. I am not someone. I am not someone. I am not somewhere. I am not somewhere. I am not someone. I am not someone. I am not somewhere. I am not somewhere. I am not someone. I am not someone. I am not somewhere. I am not somewhere. Something in particular is not going on. Something in particular is not going on. I am not someone. I am not someone. I am not someone. Come on, everybody. Morning workout. Come on, everybody. Don't give up yet. Say it together with me. I am not someone. I am not someone. I am not someone. I am not someone. For those who don't know, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm originally from America. I'm 32 years old. I'm out here in Malaysia. I'm giving it my best shot. Come on, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat. Come on, everybody. People come up to me, they said, you weren't a monk. They said, you weren't a monk. Let me get some W's in the chat if you're ready for me to smash this piece of basically steel. This wood's about just as hard as steel. Let's get some W's in the chat if you're ready for me to show everybody that I'm a real monk. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody. Oh, it is high energy, huh? Are you ready? Count down with me. Count down with me. Are you ready? This is what it takes. This is what it takes. I'm 32 years old. I'm from America. I'm here in Malaysia. I'm giving it my best shot. Come on, everybody. This is my YouTube channel. Come on, everybody. W's in the chat. We're about to break this W wide open. This is not a play stick. This is not a fake stick. Come on. Let's count it down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Come on, everybody, count it down. We got some lazy loners in here today. Come on, everybody. 3, 2, 1. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I moved to Thailand in 2018, and I was a monk for 7 years, traveling all over the world. This channel is about mindfulness, detachment, doing good deeds, non-duality. This is some of the best non-duality that you're going to get around. These live streams happen regularly. Like I said, I'm 32 years old. My name's Rob. I'm from America. I'm here in Malaysia. I'm giving it my best shot. I'm going to try and take my mindfulness to the big leagues. I'm expecting more energy here. Yeah, I mean, I could go to Muji. Usually they cost a lot of money. They charge a lot of money for people to go there, and I don't really, you know. But I'd go meet Muji. There's a balance. There's a balance between unexpectedness, high energy, heaviness, and lightness that's going to be able to actually connect with people. Now take a look at this. It's going to keep those people from scrolling. That's a cat, I guess. It looks more like a raccoon or a... I guess it's a cat. I guess that's what a cat looks like when it decomposes. I don't know. You're trying to say... Don't say that I'm fake. You can say a lot of things about me, but don't call me fake. Thank you, Thomas. This is for those people who are interested in Buddhism and meditation, mindfulness and detachment, non-duality, the true essence of everything. Yeah, maybe a possum. I really got myself sweat. I just did laundry yesterday. This was not my plan, but in the here and now. Where else to spend eternity but here and now? I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Yeah, Malaysia's good. Malaysia's okay. It's very American in some ways. It's kind of like America without Americans, or American culture without Americans. So nobody thinks they're an American, but the culture is almost, because it's a melting pot. It's a lot of different people. Is that a butterfly? Is that a bat? What is that? You know, what is all that energy? What is all that focus to jump around and dance and say crazy things and kind of act crazy? Yeah. It's to have an impact. You know, it's to kind of say, hey, wait a minute, people, there's something here. But how the modern society is, especially online, is so sick. A lot of people won't know about this, but there have been many cases of people who are severely mentally ill and severely unsupported socially. They have basically no social network or material support or anything, and they're like broken people and they're lost. And they get picked up, they get found out about, you know, people online, and these people will go out of their way to literally destroy these people's lives, to manipulate them, to make fun of them, to use them for their own influence, to do all these horrible things to these totally vulnerable people, right? Until those people have no other option but complete and total mental breakdown. And so in some ways, you know, this is to cast a big web to get those demons and those spirits and those negative entities, come and take a bite. Come and take a look. You might be surprised. Anyway, you know, this is a place to be really mindful and really present, and also to let go of thoughts. Let's get some W's. Let's get some energy in the chat, everybody. Everybody's just sitting around, eating. Support, get that energy going. What are we doing here? When people come in, they're not just coming in and seeing me, they're also seeing the chat. Or do you want me to turn the chat off? So chat, get that energy going. Get those W's in the chat. Get something going. Like, we support this. We believe in this. This is our guy. This is our leader. Get some energy going in the chat. Instead of just sitting around and watching and taking without giving. Come on. Say things like, say, he's our leader, or he's teaching meditation, or he's concerned with non-duality. Be my voice, be the voice of my heart. Come on, we're doing it. Leave a like if you haven't already. Try like, he's our leader, he's our teacher. He's concerned with mindfulness and detachment. He was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Get all that stuff in there. Come on, everybody, let's go. Let's do it. Come on. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. We're concerned with teaching mindfulness and detachment. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Look at my YouTube channel, Monk Life Meditation YouTube channel. You can see years of videos and live streams of me being a Buddhist monk. So what are you talking about? Come on, everybody. Keep those W's, keep those energy coming. This is our, you know, I guess this is a way to reach people. This is a way to connect with people. You know? And kind of give people a space because the energy is there, the heart is there. You know, maybe I'm presenting myself in a new way or an unusual way, but my heart is still here. You know, I'm still concerned with mindfulness and detachment. I'm still concerned with Buddhism and meditation. I'm not a supposed Buddhist monk. I was a Buddhist, you know, because people keep coming in. People are new or people don't just quite get it. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I stopped being a monk this year, and now I'm a meditation master, meditation teacher, and also to talk about the wisdom perspective or the non-dualistic perspective or the Buddhist perspective. And I'm willing to sacrifice myself. I'm willing to detach from myself. I'm willing to detach from my self-image. Not about if people believe me or not, but we're working with the algorithm. We're working with a lot of things that you don't know about and don't understand. Okay? I didn't go and see Eastern culture and think that it was spiritual. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. The Buddhist perspective is do more of what is good, do less of what is bad, and purify the mind. It's not about appearances. Tyler B says no one believes that you were a Buddhist monk, but we're not talking about belief. Go to my YouTube channel. You can see 7 years of me being a Buddhist monk, so don't talk nonsense. Here we go. Don't just come in here and talk nonsense. Okay, that's not what we're doing in here. People say, what does this mean? What does this actually mean? This doesn't mean anything. What story? How do I put this into my story box? You can't. There is no story box in this. This is just as it is, right in front of your face, even though you don't see it. Come on, everybody. Those W's in the chat. Everybody's lazying around. I know it's hard. I know it's tough. Okay, Tyler B says, do you get paid advertising for mentioning how many times you mention your Mayo? People coming in here for the first time. There are a lot of people coming in and out, and this is like a first-time experience. W means like win. It means like support. It means like giving the energy to the space. You know, that we're working with the algorithm and we're working with the environment. You know what I mean? In a certain way. Should we try? Maybe that'll help. Now be honest. If you came across something like that, and you were someone who is interested in mindfulness and detachment, or you were interested in Buddhism and meditation, or you'd heard about spirituality, would you say that has something to do with spirituality? That has something to do with Buddhism? That has something to do with non-duality? Is that what you would say if you came across something like that? Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, the sun's starting to go down anyway. Look, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm trying to reach people. I'm trying to get this message out there. I'm trying to open the doors as widely as possible. I'm 32 years old. I'm originally from America. I'm here in Malaysia, and I'm giving it my best shot. What don't people understand about that? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. What don't people understand about that? Well, you're not getting yelled at and ignored. You're welcome. You ask your question. You have a question, you ask it. But I can't know magically what your questions are. I don't have magic powers to know what your questions are. You've got to ask it. Oh, that's great, Yoshi. Well, we better get down off the graveyard before the lights go out. There is no message. That's the message. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one. W's in the chat, everybody. Yeah. 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 Hey-ya, hey-ya, ho. Thank you. I work because people today, they're just so, I mean, either they're busy and they're tired from work, or literally all they do is work, which gives them like a place where they concentrate, and they have to let go of the stuff that they're involved with. They work and they eat and they have sexual activity and they consume media. That's literally all these people do. And I'm trying to be in here, I'm trying to come in like X-Men, I'm trying to come in here like Professor Xavier, I'm trying to come in here like Juggernaut, I'm trying to come in and I'm trying to say, there, you know, nothing. And I don't know how to do that. I'm not Jim Newman, I'm 32 years old. I'm in process. This is also my art. This is also my art process of spiritual art, of spiritual practicing. You know what I mean? Maybe some people, they had wanted to know about the experience of being a monk for 7 years, but they didn't know about something like that. They didn't get the experience of something like that. I've traveled the world. I've been to South Korea. I've been to the streets of Mumbai, India. I've been there. I've done that. I've experienced that. And now I'm here bringing it back free of charge to the young people of the world, especially to the young people. Because you want to know what my coaching program is? This is my coaching program. You want to know what my Zoom teaching class is? This is my Zoom teaching class. All in one. Full spectrum oil. Full spectrum mindfulness and detachment oil. But you didn't know about that, mosquito. You didn't know about Buddhism and meditation. You didn't know about mindfulness and detachment. I know, Mark, but that takes time also. And I'm also learning about myself. I'm also finding out about myself, going beyond my traumas. And people say, but you opened your mouth, but you opened your mouth. How petty are people? Do you understand that, you know, we're working with an algorithm here. We're working with the disassociated masses. No, the people here aren't puppets. It's just that there's a certain conditions that wake them up, that make them step forward. Because they're not used to that. They're not used to talking with a former Buddhist monk. You know what I mean? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm wearing this shirt. That's why I'm in the graveyard. Because I'm opening up that door. That's a part of my process. People say, well, what are you trying to do? Why are you trying to justify yourself, to validate yourself? I'm not trying to validate myself. I'm trying to validate no self. I'm trying to validate non-thinking. I'm trying to see through the veil of ego. No, it's not possible for this to make it on YouTube, as far as I know. Because this is detachment, the emphasis on detachment. This is really to give a chance for the anxious, psychotic, delusional, schizophrenic individuals of the world to have a fellow lunatic to connect with and to practice with. Because not everybody is on like a baseline of normalcy. People have traumas, people have sufferings, people have shame and lowness in their life and lowness in their minds. And I'm kind of to be here for those people, for the lowest people. You know what I mean? And especially for the children. This is my classroom. This is my dominion where I can teach. And you can look at my YouTube channel and you can see I was a real Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've just taken a non-dual, absurdist, kind of avant-garde turn. Oh my goodness. You know, so not being moved by praise or blame, not getting caught up in interpersonal ideas. People say yap, 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 but are they really listening to what I'm saying? Are they really... Namaste, Mamaji. How are you doing? You okay? Please say hello. Please, can you sing a song or something? Small song, please. Oh my God. Okay, namaste. Okay, thank you, Grandma. It's okay, relax, you are safe. Trust me. You want to know about freaking out, you're talking to the guy. I know about freaking out. You don't have anything to worry about here. Namaste, namaste. Jai Ram, Jai Hanuman, Jai Shri Krishna, Jai Jagannath. Take off shoe. Okay, namaste, namaste. Jai. Jai Vishnu. Mr. Whale, Kevin. See, you get in the move, you kind of get in the energy flow, and you see it's a kind of unknown dimension, a new dimensionality, a new resonance, a new frequency that we're beginning to work with and we're beginning to transcribe. And the reason that, you know, I am a little bit rough and tough because I know we got some stinky people in here. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a stinky person too, but what I'm saying is that sometimes we really got to get our kundalinis and our chakras opened because we've gotten too complacent. Yeah. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Come on, everybody, come on. Don't give up that easily. Let's get W's in the chat. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 It's quite a few thousand, I would imagine. Most of them are not, because this is what they do at the temples. They make like a shrine like this, many of these Buddhas, and then you donate $1,000 or you donate so much, and then you get your name there. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 om, 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 Oh, man, every meal moment, 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 every meal. Oh, man, every meal moment, every meal moment, every meal moment, every meal moment, every meal. Oh, man, every meal moment, every meal moment, every meal moment, every meal moment, every meal. Oh, man. Everybody okay? Everybody hanging in there? They don't call me the Mr. Beast of Buddhism for nothing. I'll tell you that. So let's get in here and let's really get to business. Let's talk deeply about this whole situation. Okay, here we go. We're here. Well, I'm somebody, right? So if I call myself that, then that's at least one person that calls me that. All right, we're not playing around anymore. Let's get serious. If you're ready to get serious, let's get some W's in the chat. If you're ready to get serious, let's get some W's in the chat. Okay, now I'm gonna ask you guys some questions. We're gonna flip this up a little bit. I'm gonna ask you guys some questions this time. My recommendation, if you're going to be here in this live stream, is to not believe in anything. My recommendation, if you're going to sit here and be in this live stream, is to not believe in anything. My recommendation here in this live stream is to not think about anything on top of what is directly experienced. So for example, if you have a thought, don't stack more thoughts on top of that. For example, if you see something or your seeing is happening, don't think about what you're seeing. If you hear something, don't think about what you hear. So this is the technique of training that the Buddha taught and talked about in the Bahia Sutta. Now, am I here to make you a Buddhist or tell you to convert to Buddhism? No. But this is a certain way of like mind unpacking or mind opening, where you can begin to pull back the veil or pull beside the curtains of the self idea, the ego idea, the real true person in a real true story idea. So when I say, for example, like what is invited and what is shared here is not about you believing in anything, especially not the belief of you. So the idea here is that there's not actually a real you. There's not a real self in a real story. That the sense of yourself or the sense of yourself as a character, right, is basically an illusion. It's basically a thought. It's basically an idea. So I don't sell anything. I do have a YouTube channel, and this YouTube channel has been going on for a number of years. This is like video 1006 or 1005 or something, but there's nothing being sold here. There's also no interest on my behalf in you believing in something. If you can be here and believe in as little as possible, that's the best for me, that's the best for you, in terms of there being no you and no me. So many of these beliefs or these views or these perspectives that are kind of contracted around are based in the notion of separation. So for example, that there's somehow like a separate body from the environment, or there's a separate earth from the universe, right? And so that the teaching here is that there's no such thing as that. And it's not really a teaching, it's more like an unlearning. It's more like a practicing of unlearning. No crazy dogma, no big complicated ideas. It's more like thoughts are illusions, or like thoughts are tools. So I was talking about it in our live stream earlier, and sometimes I'll be live streaming, 8 hours, 10 hours. The other day I did 20-hour live stream. And so, what this is concerned with is really you abandoning the I or me mentality, forgiving that, and recognizing that there's no you to do that to begin with. So it is already forgiven, it's already complete, it's already finished, it's already whole. And that is this process of unlearning, unfolding, seems to be that kind of experience. So, well, it's not a process. It's nothing basically, right? And that's the great processing modality. So we are going to have opportunities for people to call in today. But it'd probably be much better if here, look at this. Well, we're kind of in the midst of it, aren't we, Lawrence? So it's easy to say, don't teach to people who aren't ready to learn or whatever, but we're in it. And that means that there's nobody here to begin with. So then this is a way of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment limitlessly. This is a way of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment limitlessly. This is a way of doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment limitlessly. This is also a challenge to conservatism and a challenge to rites and rituals, which is also a challenge to conventions. This is meant to be a challenge to the ideas that people hold about themselves and others. It's not good or bad. It's not right or wrong. So we're going to put the phone number. If anyone here wants to talk to the Mr. Beast of Buddhism and ask your question about non-duality and that stuff. Yeah, well, anyway, Sherry, I hope you have space and time to get involved and participate and support in some way, because that's very necessary. You'll have to say a little bit more. That's the kind of thing that I'd love to get a call about, Torrenti. You know what I mean? And it's my responsibility in this modality to cast a wide net so that the little fishies of those people who have any experience at all can happen across this and then get involved in some capacity. You know what I mean? So that's the WhatsApp number. And the other thing is this. Okay. I don't like to call it oneness. I don't like to use that word. And we're operating out of a shack right now, literally. So this is the lower level of this practice, and we'll see how it can build and develop. So you can invest on the ground floor. You can be one of the ground floor investors of this Buddhist meditation spiritual teacher. The the wig is on its way. Okay, it's the weekend, so it's going to take a little bit for the wig to get here. Non-duality, not two, but I also think not one. Not two, not one. Okay, looks like we have Ron calling in. Accept the call. W's in the chat, everybody. This is really a nice thing to be, right? We can call in, we can talk to a former Buddhist monk of 7 years. Okay, hi there, Ron.
Good morning. Hey, how's it going? Good morning to you.
Well, tell me, where are you calling in from, Ron?
I'm calling from Lansing, Michigan.
And tell me a little bit about yourself and your experience in the world of spirituality or your business or whatever, your family.
Yeah, absolutely. 35 years old. Been a nurse for 12 years.
An RN?
Licensed practical nurse.
Okay,
back to my RN.
Well, I commend you for your service. Let's get some W's in the chat for a licensed nurse practitioner, everybody.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother.
So, and good morning to you, man. Peace and love. I appreciate what you're doing here. 12 years of nursing, no kids or anything like that. I do want some in the future. I kind of pulled away from the rat race theory once I realized that we're in control by not being in control. Meaning, I think adopted from my parents or my upbringing, I would think that, when you fall under mediocrity and getting your education and doing this systematic thing, it turns into like being in a machine almost. And you ask yourself, like, is this all that life has to offer? And when you pull back and you step away from yourself, I don't remember the name of the movie with what's his name? What's the guy that played in Cable Guy? Ace Ventura.
Ace Ventura. That's right. Yeah.
Anyway, when you step back and you look, hey, I'm in a systematic program. What do I do to realign myself with things that feel more purposeful, right? So I decided to etch into taking more time for myself, and then I realized the highest form of God is also within yourself, and then you start getting like synchronized signs that say, okay, I'm more aligned with myself when I pull away from what everyone deems as the normal. When we talk about everyone, we talk about...
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But I want to make it clear that that's not what's being talked about here. What's being talked about here is the the lack thereof of the apparent hot dog. So it's kind of like you're holding a hot dog in your hand. It's as real can be, but it's actually not there. It's a schizophrenic hallucination. And so the teaching here is basically that your life as you know it is a schizophrenic hallucination, and that is actually not a problem. And it's not a problem because there's nobody for that to be a problem for. You see what I'm saying? So it's a release and relax of the whole body and mind that is kind of open and flexible to anything and everything, but is not about anything at all, just everything. So it's like just using the word of everything. Just using the word of everything.
Not to cut you, is it in correlation to simplify it, kind of like how in the Matrix where he says, bend this spoon, you can bend this spoon, because it's not real. Like, I don't know if you've seen the Matrix, but he says, look at the spoon.
We're kind of, the Matrix is becoming shit, like a pile of shit. So the Matrix, the movie The Matrix, as great a movie and a film as that is, right, is equal to shit. And that shit and the Matrix are ultimately empty of themselves. So that as much as there's shit, there's no shit. As much as there's the Matrix, there's no the Matrix. So it's kind of like they cancel each other out. And what you're left with space that is empty of itself. One of the tools I like as well is, where did those thoughts come from? Where do those thoughts go back to? You know, and so I can ask the people who are here watching along, right? Where did those thoughts come from? Where did your thought, where did your opinion come from? IV, some young buck. He says, bro, yapping. And he said, and so where did that thought come from? And so you say, oh, it came from my mind. But the mind is just another thought. And so a premise in this as well is that there's nothing that is excluded from this. So like some people say, while you were talking, while you were saying something, right, I was opening my mouth expressively. That doesn't mean anything. It's impossible for that to mean something specifically. And what you're actually referring to is your own attachment to an appearance. So whatever appearance that you seem to be attached to, detach from that. And actually the self only exists in that grasping and in that attaching.
Right. Right, got you. So question, is there a form of contentment that can, I guess, necessarily take away from our drive when we adopt this mindset? Because I understand getting to a place of like contentment and peace, right? But I asked in the chat, is there a correlation to getting to a space of calm, peace, and serenity that could possibly make you, I'm going to say, there's probably no such thing as too lackadaisy, but if you're too lackadaisy, when does the purpose work get implemented to where it feels like purpose? You get what I mean? Because essentially everything is derived by purpose, even you on the chat right now.
So
I mean, you're sharing your thoughts, you're getting subscriptions, and that may not be your overall thing to get subscriptions, but it does have a goal with making content. So when does it ever come to a point where being too content it almost makes you too complacent, where your drive, your horsepower, basically, if I could simplify it, it gets weighed down by just neglecting the thought of purpose work or ladder work to get to, I call it the mountaintop. I know some people that opt out to go into complete peace, and then you get some of those guys who hug trees and has no money in the bank, but they're at complete peace. But it's like, if you're having kids and you want to blaze a trail and make a legacy, can you be too at a point where you're too serene, nothing moves you, and now...
Can I pause you for a sec?
You're like, yes, absolutely.
Your money bad me oh money bad me oh money bad me oh money bad me oh money bad me Did he hang up? What happened? Seems like he hung up, or I got disconnected from WhatsApp. I'm not sure. But the point here is that there's really nobody to go anywhere. And to actually get this, or to get a glimpse of this, is like getting a glimpse of everything already being complete. To get a glimpse of the totality and the finality, that there's nowhere to go and there's nothing to do. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. This is concerned with Buddhism. This is concerned with non-duality, etc. There's nowhere to go. There's nobody to go there. There's nothing to do, ultimately. Right here and right now, this is it. Should we sing a song? Let's get some W's if we want to hear a special song in the chat. And maybe you know this song and you can sing along together with me. And you can call in if you think I'm a faker and you're a real spiritual person, etc. Call in and let's talk this through, okay? I forgot the song I was going to sing. But it's not that I, see, that I is another thought. This is it. This is a happy moment. This is it. This is a wonderful moment. This is it. I have arrived at this moment, and the only moment is now. This is it. This is a happy moment. This is it. This is a wonderful moment. This is it. I have arrived at this moment, and the only moment is now. W's in the chat, everybody. Remember not to be in a hurry, otherwise you won't get any of what's being told here. If you don't want to be here, get the fuck out. If you do want to be here, welcome. And we don't need to go out of our way to curse, but sometimes it happens. And we do want to set a good example no matter what we do. Yeah, we can listen deeply, we can share deeply. This may not be something that you're used to, but you know, there's a lot of fakers out there, there's a lot of pretenders out there, people that pretend to know what they're talking about when they really don't. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've been through the process, I've been through the programming, I've been through the practicing. I'm not here for the first time, I'm not coming out of the blue. You can see my YouTube channel. You can see that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've got a lot of experience in teaching and sharing the Dhamma. And this is just a extension, a progression, an evolution of the path that I'm on. I understand that this may be very surprising or unexpected and unusual, and it's meant to be that way. It's meant to be surprising, unexpected, and unusual. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Buddha smiled at an elephant. Buddha smiled at an elephant. People are in a hurry. They're in a hurry to understand. They're in a hurry to figure out. They're looking through their files. Your files are covered in shit because you've been using your hand to dig out of your rear end and eat. And then you're digging through your files. So here, that is actually a practice that we're doing, but it's a practice that we're doing more intentionally concerned with suffering being shit, not suffering being our specifics of delusions and ego and opinions that we have. Okay? This is a matter of connecting, of opening, of deep listening, of deep sharing. This is not for people who are in a hurry to make a judgment, or to pretend to know what they're talking about when they don't. These people are very welcome, but what you'll see is that those people don't step up to the plate. Those people don't step forward. They pretend. They write a letter. They write a letter to the governor. Sir, I was watching YouTube and I saw a monk, somebody who claimed to be a monk, but they weren't as experienced as I was. They write a letter, but the phone number's right there. Give me a call on WhatsApp. Let's talk this through. Let's talk this out. You can see plain as day that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years on my YouTube channel. 7 years. Don't be Mr. Know-it-all. Don't be Mrs. Know-it-all. Don't be knowing all being, okay? Know nothing. This is a place for people who know nothing. This is a place for no people. This is a place of no place. There's a lot of weird stuff out there. You know what I mean? And this is kind of, this is meant something that's actually presents as weird, but is a lot more simple and basic than a lot of the bullshit out there in the world. You see what I'm saying? But you have to kind of get through the initial boundary, the initial blockages of your own self-fixated thinking and judgment. The people who think that their opinion is very important, and you look at all these ideas and all these stories and all these narratives and all these intentions, all that comes to a stop here. The essence of the mind. The essence of the mind. The essence of the mind. I just thought the same thing, Eris. We're syncing up. We're getting into psychic syncing, okay? I know this works. I know this works. I know this works. If you'll just believe in me for a second. If you'll just give me a chance. I'm telling you, I know that this stuff works. And I'm testing it, and we're testing it together. You think you can go out there in the graveyard and you can yell and scream and make a fool of yourself? And just go back to your room and take a rest? And the next day do the same thing over again and everything's going fine? This works. Trust me. Give me a shot. Give me a chance. Give me a chance to show you that this works. Is it complete? Is it finalized? No. But I know what I'm doing. I've got experience with this stuff. I was a monk for 7 years, for God's sakes. It's got to be better than it was. And I was doing all kinds of stuff, computer and Zoom meeting, Discord meetings. I know what I'm doing here. Just give me a chance. Just give me a moment to show you, to tell you about what we're doing here. Just give me a chance. I know that this works. I know that this can work. Just give me a chance. Just give me a moment. Just give me a second. Just give me a moment. Just stop for a moment. Just stop scrolling for a moment and listen to me and what I got to say here. Just give me a chance. Give me a moment. Give me a chance. Give me just one moment. I've got something to say from my heart. Just give me a chance. Just one moment. I've got something that's been inside of me. So just give me one chance, one moment to share what I have known from the bottom. We're not waiting, we're going the super route. Just one moment. Just one chance. Just one second to hear my voice. I was a monk for 7 years. I could have been a doctor, but I chose to be a Once you realize universal emptiness, all situations are naturally mastered. You have perfect communion with what is beyond the world, while embracing what is within all realms of being. If you miss the essence of the mind, the essence of Zen, after all, there's nothing to it. If you get its function, it has spiritual effect. The real way of non-minding is not a school for petty people. And that's what we don't have time for petty people here. Answer phone. Hello, can I help you?
Hello?
What can I do for you, bud?
I was watching your live stream and I was looking for some
You're calling me right now in the middle of my live stream, and you're telling me that you'd like me to do a guided meditation for you and your friends.
no, for the whole live stream.
Let's consider this whole live stream a group of friends coming together on the path. And so you're coming at me and you're asking me that on the day of the wig on order. Are you real?
One sec.
Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Yomani bidme om, 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 yomani bidme yo spooky. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. God. You know, there's parasites in the body. Anybody here ever dealt with mental health issues? Don't make me repeat myself. And let's get some W's in the chat. I tell you, I've got the laziest, stinkiest, lowest community online. Put the W's in the chat. How many times do I have to say it? We get W's in the chat, we get our energy going, we get our community going. Put the W's in the chat. What kind of community is this? Get your buttons in there, and put the W's in the chat. Okay. So listen, Mr. V, unless you're a lesbian, Mrs. V. This is not for your mentally ill mother or partner to do. This is a mantra for you to do. I don't teach things for you to tell other people to do. Is that understood? You don't just copy me and you don't be like me and then do what I tell other people to do, okay? This is a practice for you to do. This is a mantra, okay? This is the Omni Crazy or I'm Not Crazy mantra, okay? You want to practice it together with me? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. This is especially for V. V turned me around on a different end. I'm not crazy. 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 Say it out loud, Abhijit. I'm not crazy. 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 So it kind of evolves from I'm not crazy to the omni-crazy. So firstly, we're doing some reformation practice. We're doing some self-reaffirming practice because we get worried, we get scared. I remember that guy, he said in here, he said, I'm a mental health professional. I used to work with schizophrenics all the time. This guy is having a schizophrenic episode. And I said, oh my gosh, maybe he's right. You know what I... And then I remembered the mantra. So the I'm not crazy mantra is self-reaffirming. So we relax, we know that we're not crazy because we're saying it. I'm not crazy, right? I'm not crazy. 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 Hey, donations are accepted, Liz. So if you'd like to donate, you're welcome to do so. But that's not the focus of this live stream. Okay. I'm not crazy. 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 I'm not We've got to see, Genevieve, you know, I know we've been working together for a little bit, but you need the direct treatment. And I wouldn't be surprised if you could get some effect from that, you know. Generosity is a practice of self-sacrifice. When we make a donation, there's no transaction involved. There's nothing for sale here. Sometimes people ask me, they say, do you have a coaching program? Do you have a Zoom meeting program? You know, how can I be your student, or how can I get that support? And I say, look, this is my 6-week, 12 slot limited $440 private course. This is that course. You're in that course now. You've willingly or unwillingly arrived, and you're experiencing it and you're participating in it. You're in the course. You are one of the 12. Okay, don't make me go up there and get the alien that sells skin cream. Okay, I'm ready. People say, and I say, look, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You can't imagine what I've been through. You can't imagine where I've been. If you have been where I've been, you'd really be surprised. Frankly and honestly, if you had been where I had been, you'd really be surprised. Well, Fresh Wheels, you're welcome, but you're in America, you're in Denver, $2. Did you scoop some things underneath the tray in your truck and you gave them to me? Am I a homeless man on the street? Let me be clear about something. Practicing generosity is about you. If you go and you kick dirt on somebody, that you're not practicing generosity. You pull up some change from the bottom of your car and you toss it to a homeless person. You say, don't worry about it. I'll see you next time. You're a lunatic. You're crazy. We're here to be concerned with practicing generosity seriously. What am I giving here? Am I giving a little bit or am I giving a lot? I don't want anybody else to be influenced by this. I'm just talking to Fresh Wheels. Well, it's their last $2 and there you go. There's no problem with that. Opinion on psychedelics. But if you only have $2, you'd have to be a schizophrenic, fentanyl addicted, gambling addict person. And there's nothing wrong with that. Have I gone too far? Have I Have I crossed the line? Have I broken my tenements? Have I broken my tenements? Liz, instead of coming in here and talking nonsense, why don't you go and look at this YouTube channel and look at the past 1,000 videos of me being a Buddhist monk, of me running community, of me teaching. Now the $2. When we give, we want to give in a real way. When we practice generosity, we want to practice it in a real way. And it's a way for us to get our ego out of the way. So like this practice for me right now is a way of giving out myself. Giving beyond myself. Giving seriously. Giving totally. Giving completely. And this is not easy, but and it's not necessarily that I'm going to be, who knows what's going to happen, but this is a way, this is a practice of me going beyond myself. And when we, when I'm talking about, people donating $2 or something like that, of course, there's nothing wrong with that inherently if they're going through financial difficulties. But a lot of the times, we don't practice generosity in a real and meaningful way. It's surface level, it's shallow. And to assume that Americans are, who happen to be watching this live stream are not literally homeless and on the streets is not, I think not something that I'd expect, especially being in Southeast Asia, being in the world of Buddhism and meditation. You see people who are in poverty, basically. It would be poverty for an American or Westerner, people that really, they really know how to give. And I just don't want people to get it twisted about, like I'm in poverty or I need your help or something like that. I'll do my best to take care of myself. Oh, that's good, Fresh Wheels. That's good. But I'm not a Buddhist monk now. And once again, the practice of generosity, the practice of making donation is not about me. I'm not here asking people for money, saying, help me, please, I'm in poverty, I need help, something like that. But it's a way that we can practice self-sacrifice, to give up and to give away what is valuable to us. But if you are a millionaire, then $10 doesn't mean anything to you. $100 doesn't mean anything to you. Even $1,000 doesn't mean anything to you. So if you are a millionaire, you have all this money and you give away $100 or you give away $1,000 or whatever you give away, right? That might not actually hold any value to you. And so you miss out on the deeper principle of generosity, which is self-sacrifice. It's like recognizing something that you're attached to and then actually giving that away. People say he's not a real Buddhist monk. Firstly and foremostly, I'm not a Buddhist monk now, but I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years in Thailand, in Myanmar, in Sri Lanka, in South Korea, all over the world, in Italy. And you can go to my YouTube channel and you can see that that is the case. Well, you feeling bad for me is just, whatever. Why would that matter to me if you feel bad for me? Am I supposed to be emotionally invested in you feeling bad for me? And thank you very much, Steve. We're going into the deep zone. We're going into the danger zone. We're going as close as we can to complete vulnerability, to complete self-sacrifice, and in that way to complete forgiveness. Being beyond ourselves. Now, once again, Liz C. Liz C says, I've been thinking about getting a massage, but I haven't gotten one. What do they call what in Burma? Uzin, or Mangalaba, or Pyoshuimbaze, Kankaubaze, Tuira Wantabare. I'm not here to be anybody's friend. I'm here to kick ass, take names, and chew bubblegum. I don't believe in names, and I've run out of bubblegum. You know what that means? It means I'm just here kicking ass. And you can leave your feeling good or feeling bad or your ideas about me and your ideas about yourself, and you can flush them down the toilet, because the teaching here is faultless. The teaching here is that there's no real story about this situation. You have a desire, I have a desire, I like this, I like that. Who cares? This is the medicine for the constipation of all the shit that's filled you up. You know, whatever it is that's filled you up, all of that judgment, all that anger, all that greed, all that non-practical, complicated thinking, to flush all that shit out. Concerned with Buddhism, concerned with meditation, concerned with mindfulness, concerned with detachment, concerned with Sayadaw Ashino Tamatara, concerned with Zen Master Po Asunim, concerned with Zen Master Tik Don Tik, concerned with Lumpal from Wat Ram Bodhidham, and who knows what. You don't know where I've been. You don't know what I've gone through. People come in here and they pretend like I'm your everyday average doe. You think I'm a doe? I'm a buck. I'm a buck, okay? And I'm a young buck. And I'm ready to steer, and I got my hands on the wheel. Jesus, where are you at? Right here. Okay? I know what this is. I know what, my name is Liz C. I know exactly what this is, because maybe you do, maybe you don't. Were you a Buddhist monk for 7 years in Asia, attending meditation retreats out the world? People say I've got the mental health problem. Who doesn't? It's called suffering. It's called desire. It's called fear. I'm a power man. Okay, a lot of people might be new here, right? Anybody who's new here? Let me know if you're new here watching for the first time and you're actually watching and listening. You don't have to believe in me. I'm just saying, if you're somebody who's here, I can't see you, I can't hear you, so why don't you tell me that you're here? Well, I'm happy to talk with your son if you have the time. Well, you're here listening, aren't you? Oh, you're welcome, Eris. I'm glad you're here. So it's a heart connection. This is concerned with a heart connection, not an intellect connection. Welcome, Michelle. And in some ways, this is anti-American. I'll be honest about it. I'm not an American patriot. I renounce my U.S. citizenship. Well, we're not going to have any conversation, but we can talk about Buddhism and meditation. I love black people. I'm for American black people. I'm not for America in general. I'm for black America. I'm not for white America. Both sides have problems. Both sides have positive aspects, but I'm more supportive of black Americans than I am white Americans in general, mixed race Americans, etc. It's just kind of like play. Yeah, we're still taking calls, please. And once again, I'm the big judging man, I'm the big thinking woman, I know what's going on, here's my opinion, here I come with my thought, here I come with my opinion, here I come with what I understand. And I'm not mocking you personally, I'm mocking that energy, that sense, that kind of quality. And am I mocking it or am I bringing it up? I see that in myself more than anything else. So if you're the big understander, okay, If you're the big understander, give me a call. I can't talk with you. You're a freak. You're mentally ill. Oh, that's exactly what we need. We need more people with that kind of attitude. No, I'm a very playful person. I'm a very joking person, okay? I'm a funny guy. I make jokes. Oh, I'm sorry about that, VCM. Yeah, I know it can be really tough. The foxhole atheist. Let me say it for you one more time, and then if you say one more off-the-cuff thing like that, I'm going to count down. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I have met literally hundreds and thousands of monks. I am practicing to be a person that even I myself cannot follow and would not follow. How about that? What does that mean? How are we going to unpack that? You try to trap me? You try to make me out to be the bad guy? There's a sense of things. There can be a sense of things, okay? Disingenuous communists are not welcome here. Disingenuous communists, get out of here. Disingenuous communists, get out of here. You want to get lost? Get lost. You want to get found? You stay here and we'll talk about it. But this is not about you. And you will learn that one way or another. Just as I will learn that one way or another. Disingenuous communists are not welcome here. Disingenuous communists are not welcome here. Disingenuous communists are not welcome here. Fresh wheels, can you kind of clear the air? Who are you? What are you talking about? You put me in a bad spot. You got me in a bad spot. Are you a homeless man? Are you a homeless man watching this right now? With your last online $2? Last thing I want to do is upset or offend anybody. Okay? I am the real power man. Okay, that's what I thought. He's exposed himself, okay, as a liar and a fraud and a trickster. He's a middle-class man. He's a liar. He lied to everyone here. Even better. Even better. A criminal, a con, is not what you are. You're a human being. Is that really true, Fresh Wheels? Well, you're welcome. What would happen to a guy like me in prison? Fresh Wheels. What would happen to a guy like this in prison? How about a guy like that? Huh? I go into that prison. You know what I'd say to that prisoner? You know what I'd say to those prisoners? I'd say, you're not stuck here with me. I'm stuck here with you. They would make me be a white supremacist, Fresh Wheels? Is that what you're saying? I'm very black positive. I love blacks. Black Americans, blacks. Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, who's this?
I'm from Colorado and I've got a few questions for you.
Oh, what's your name?
What's your name? James.
And please turn off the volume on the live stream if you can, James, so there's not an echo. Go ahead, James. What are your questions?
Is there an echo now?
No, you're all good.
Alrighty, great. Well, my question is about the ego and what the relationship it has with other people and if one should get rid of it.
Well, this is the idea. This is the concept. And Fresh Wheels, if you can call in, please, you call in too, Fresh Wheels. I'd love to hear a black man's voice. Are you a black man?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you're not a black man. So...
I'm white.
Well, no, there's an ex-prisoner, there's a there's a man who was in prison for 15 years apparently, and he's a Mexican man. Okay, all right. Let's not get off track here. So
Yeah.
the idea here, the idea that's being shared here, right, is that the ego is just a thought. The ego itself is just an idea. And so what is the idea of the ego? Well, it's not just an idea, it's like a sense, it's like a feeling, right? Of this. I know this is a little bit of a tough thing to say, and it's hits a little bit too close to home. But the ego is the sense and the feeling of a real true person in a real true story. Right? And so the idea here is that is ridiculous. And so the idea here is that a thought, okay, a thought of separation is like a tool. Okay? A thought of separation is like a tool. And the belief in ego is just like a belief in God or a belief in soul. So it's really based in faith. It's based in a faith that there is this, really, it's kind of stupid actually, that there is this continuous self-story that exists for each individual person. But the notion of an individual person or the notion of separation is just a tool. So that there's not...
What about the separation between individuals?
So you can work with it like this. The separation between you and the earth is thought-based. There's no materiality to that. So
what about my feet are not like connected to the earth, but
right.
Can I?
So the body's current composition is dependently arising with the earth. So with the atmosphere, with the degree of oxygen, with the temperature. So like your body is dependently arising together with the earth. The separation is just an idea. It's quite an arbitrary idea. So if the temperature of, and there's also no such thing as the earth. There's basically no such thing as things.
What do you mean there's no such thing as the earth?
Can you give me 1 sec? Give me 1 moment, please.
Okie dokie.
Yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking we could do that together.
Sure, you want to do that together with me?
Yeah, just 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
Yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum. Yo mani padme hum. There is, okay, let's be clear about this. There is a thought. There is an idea of an individual. Are you following me? There is a thought, there is an idea of an individual. This thought, this idea of an individual is illusory. It is literally just as real as when you look at a cloud in the sky and you see a face. The cloud in the sky can take on many faces, but the cloud is just a cloud. Okay? And the cloud actually is not a cloud. A cloud inter-is with everything else. So the idea, the thought of a cloud separate from everything else is ridiculous. And so a cloud is like is a position holder for a thing. The idea of things that are separate from each other is just a thought. And really, it's nothing. Some people, this guy, last encounter, he said, "Hey man, I can't comment on your live, but I noticed some people were being a little mean about your beliefs, but I just wanted to say that I'm proud of you and I hope both sides of your pillow are cool tonight." What a nice thing to say. Can you imagine saying something nice? I'm definitely going to approve that comment. Aaron White, he says, "I wish you love and light, Rob. Just found you today. Looking forward to learning more." That's a great way too. "Jesus is the only way. Please turn to him before it's too late. Believe in Jesus. He's the only way to heaven. God bless you. Amen." Are we going to get there? Are we on our way to 15,000 subs, everybody? Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. We're headed towards 15,000 subs. People say he's not paying attention. My phone number's right there. Call me. Call me. Let's talk about this. No, I don't think I'd do well in prison either. I'm a very sensitive boy, sensitive young man. One Bone Malone, do you know anything about Buddhism or meditation? Just in general, or do you have any questions to ask? Yeah, Dzogchen, 100%. I'm Mr. Dzogchen. I'm claiming to be Mr. Dzogchen. I'm claiming I have an understanding about Dzogchen. So, I'm kind of an easy target here. As anybody calls me, do not be in the toilet and do not flush the toilet. If anybody flushes the toilet when they're on a phone call with me, I'm hanging up. That's where I draw the line, all right? Anatta means no self, doesn't it? What is no self? What does the idea no self mean to you? Is John Wick real? Open your ears. You're going to get me yelling. It's late at night. This isn't even my temple. This is the temple next door because they got this little box and the 5G works. You want to get me yelling? You want to get me riled up? You want to get me arrested? You trying to get me arrested? Listen to what I say, okay? Listen closely. Is John Wick real? Is James Bond real? Is Captain America real? No, he's not. Daniel Craig's a fraud. Keanu Reeves is a fraud. Matthew McConaughey never contracted HIV virus. That movie's fake. But it doesn't seem to be fake, does it? It seems real when you watch it, doesn't it? You want to get me arrested? Listen closely to what I say, okay? Listen closely to what I say. Yoy, 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 yoy. I am not afraid. You I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid. I am free. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Boom, boom. Pyo Shrim Baze, Kankao Baze, Tubira Wanda Bade, Uro, Emia, 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 Uro, Emia, 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 Uro, Emia, 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 Guro, Jamba, Guro, Daru, Daru, Daru. Guro, Emia, 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 Uro, Jamba, Uno, Daru. Dadu, dadu. Because people here don't have any juice, so I'm having to be the juice man. Everybody's whittling, waddling around. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I'm concerned with Dzogchen. I'm concerned with Chan. I'm concerned with Advaita Vedanta and Neo-Advaita Vedanta. I'm concerned with mindfulness and detachment. I'm concerned with jhanas and the end of jhanas. I'm concerned with sotapannas, sakyagamis, anagamis, and arahats. I'm concerned with the 8 bhumis of the bodhisattvas. I'm concerned with final nibbana. What do you think that you're doing here? And you're fortunate that I'm inside of this box, because otherwise I'd be yelling and screaming, because you've got me juiced up. You've got me twisted up inside of this box. Well, I'm not saying it, Travis. Go look at my YouTube channel. Shut up, Micah. You're just talking nonsense. Well, go and look at my YouTube channel and you'll see something, and then you can say something. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. What don't you get about that? Everybody wants to control other people. Everybody wants to control other people's minds and control other people's identity. What are you doing here pretending to know who I am? Why are you pretending to know who I am? Why are you pretending to know what this is about? Let me say it to you simply. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Look at my YouTube channel. There are 7 years, over 1,000 videos of me and my life as a Buddhist monk throughout the world. What don't you understand about that? Number 2, this live stream is concerned with Buddhism. This live stream is concerned with mindfulness and detachment and enlightenment. Number 3, what do you know about meditation? What do you know about Buddhism? What do you know about enlightenment? What do you know about non-duality? What do you know about attending intensive meditation retreats? What are you concerned with here? Are you just concerned with your opinion and your ego? Because people don't get it. People just aren't hearing it. What does it show, Micah? Does it show your experience with Buddhism and meditation? Just let go. Don't try to master it. Don't worry about you letting go. Just let go. No you. People just get it so twisted. They have such a wrong view. You wouldn't stand a chance. You wouldn't stand a chance if you came into my ring. You'd be whimpering and whining and wallabastering around. Don't get it twisted. I'm the power man. That's not a joke. You think this is me at full energy? You think this is I've got my Piccolo weights on. I've got my Goku weights on. You hear what I'm saying? I'm in my training modality, and you're sitting back and farting around and smoking cigars and doing God knows what, laughing up your own rear end. You wouldn't stand a chance in the ring with me. Don't get it twisted. Be very, very careful. Tread carefully. Tread mindfully. I would go to Cambodia. I'm open to going to Cambodia. I haven't researched it much. It's the one country, like the Theravada country, that I haven't been to. So I've been to Thailand and Laos and Myanmar. Yeah, I would go to Cambodia if there was a good reason or good supportive conditions. If somebody wanted to like offer an apartment or something like that, I might go there. Or give me some recommendations. Well, I'm about mindfulness and detachment, but that's not really about anything. I'm also open to going to Mongolia, but that's a little bit farther out. And I've heard, you know, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I know you're from Myanmar, Mazen. All right, we're done letting people just come in here and say whatever they want to say, okay? That's getting turned off. You try to do something good. You try to help people out, right? Okay, we got a question. How do you cultivate a consistent meditation habit? I've always struggled with consistency. They sent it 10 minutes ago. I don't know if they're still here. I was a bhikshu for 7 years. I'm not a bhikshu now. A bhikshu shouldn't look like this. If a bhikshu looks like this, you better hope they're Arya Sangha, that they're enlightened. Otherwise, they're not allowed to look like this. All right, who's ready to practice a meditation together? Who's ready for the meditation class? Okay, Mousy. Really, you don't. You don't cultivate a serious meditation habit. I can't. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I can say many things. Speeding? What do you mean speeding? You just have to relax your self thing. It's like for me, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I gave that up and I had to let go of that. So I'm now letting go. The letting go is taking place of being a monk, okay? And how about how crazy a lot of people would say I've been asking crazy, right? So how can I let go of that? How can I process that? And so we've kind of grown up with these people around us. What about this? What about that? They get these people that get these people. These people, 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 this I'm the Daniel Henschel of Buddhism. I'm the Connor Murphy of non-duality. They got nothing on me. That's enough. Or what? What are you going to do if I don't talk to a friend or a relative, Micah? No, I didn't get kicked out of monk life. You don't know what you're talking about. People pretending. Why do people pretend? Newsflash, newsflash. The government in New Zealand has sent out a message to all people in the world. Don't pretend to know about things that you don't know about. Wee-oo, 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 wee-oo. Oh, there's a response. The government of Bullshitopia has sent a response. But I want to pretend that I know about things that I don't know about. The government of New Zealand responds with a message that says, So what are we going to do about that? How are we going to digest that? How are we going to process that? We're going to send a clip of that to our grandma and we're going to talk through that? What is this, Grandma? What does this mean? What is this about? It's not necessary to think about all these kinds of things and figure them out. Honestly, you are pretending to be the understander, and you are pretending to know about things that you don't know about. Mei Zin, my dear, or my brother, you're going to have to write it in English as best as you can. Listen to me for a sec. I want to make... This idea that you understand about things that you don't know the first thing about, you don't have experience with it, you've got nothing to do with it, you're not even interested in it, but somehow you know all about it. The pretending, you pretend to know who I am, you pretend to know what this is about, you pretend to know about Buddhism, you pretend to know about meditation, but you don't. Now why? That is because the self, the ego, the you, the I, is a pretender. It's just a thought. It's a perspective, and it's not a very realistic perspective. That is why we are destroying the planet. That's why there is massive inequality of wealth. That's why we are best friends with Mr. and Mrs. Let's genocide the hell out of brown people. Hey, no problem. No problem. You take care of your thing, I'm going to take care of my thing. That's a woman, that's my property. That's a child, that's my property. That's a person with a disability, they're inherently lower than me. That's a different species, so we can butcher them and eat them and torture them and kill their babies and do everything that we want to do. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, Wicker Valley. Check the receipts. Check my YouTube channel. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, Yezu. Who are you to tell me what Buddhism is about? I is a pretender. I is a faker. This is as specific as you can get. When we believe that we are separate from the environment, it's like we live in Mr. and Mrs. Stupid Idiot world. Listen closely. You are not separate from the environment. Nandamala Bhivamsa, my dear Myanmar family. Something's going on with my teeth. Dr. Nanda Mala. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. My teacher, Mazin, my teacher is Tabarwa Siada Otamatara, one of my main teacher. Just a time for change. You know what I mean? It's like I have never really done anything because I don't exist. I is just like, I is as real as Daniel Craig playing James Bond. I is literally as real as Keanu Reeves playing John Wick. So it seemed like John Wick was real, but he wasn't. And it seems like Keanu Reeves is real. We don't even know Keanu Reeves. He doesn't do live streams, but he's not. So nobody actually exists. Nothing actually exists, separate from anything else. Captain Joy, how many times do I have to say this? How many times do I have to say this? Captain Joy, are you here? The I is just an idea. The I is just a thought, just like any other thought. Later files. How about we don't become nasty and weird, okay? Let's keep it PG-13 and don't dip your toes in the toxicity. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Buongiorno. Buongiorno, mi bella Italia. Mi bella Buddhista Monico. Mi bella Buddhista Monico. Mi bella cappuccino, mi bello italiano. What are these people doing in here? Crocodilo bombadillo. You want to know who I really am? Wicker Wally. Let me tell you a little bit of a tip called WhatsApp. It's an app. It's an app. You can call me Mr. Monk Life Meditation. You can call me Mr. Rob. You can call me Mr. Potato Man. Call me whatever the heck you want to call me. But don't call me stupid. And don't call me not a monk. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment. This is concerned with Buddhism and meditation. I was a real monk. Mao Si, please call. Please, somebody call. Put me out of my misery. And if one more person calls and flushes the toilet, I'm going to count down. Emmanuel's calling. Let's talk with Mao Si first, Emmanuel. Give me a second here to see what Mao Si wants. Hello? Hello?
Hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to speak with you because I have been thinking about ordaining next year, and I don't really know much about the lifestyle or what it really entails. So maybe you can give me some guidance. I can hear you.
So the first guidance is a heck of a lot of patience. We want to turn our patience up to 110%. So there's no such thing as awkward silence in wanting to become a Buddhist monk. You're going to have to take awkward silence out of your vocabulary 100%, first of all. And you're going to have to take being in a hurry out of your vocabulary 110%. Does that make sense? Now,
Yeah,
the third aspect as well is you're going to have to learn to shut up and listen. Big time. And so when we think about becoming a monk, mostly we have wrong thinking about it because you're thinking about you becoming something. Becoming a monk is entirely about your willingness to abandon your life, to sacrifice your life, basically to become homeless. 110% shutting up and listening. And that is the doorway. That is the key to get through the door of becoming a monk. You're abandoning your life. And some people try to approach it. They want to find their ideal monastery and their ideal tradition. It doesn't work like that. You come across a monk on the street, or you come across a temple in your area, or you come across someone like me who is a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and you have to deal with, that's the final straw, Travis. Well, let's just do a timeout, 10 minutes. So, I like you, Travis, you're a good kid. That's what you have to deal with. Because becoming a monk means you're trying to find a way to abandon your life and take refuge in the Sangha. Not your Sangha. Not the Sangha that you want or that you're looking for, or you've been looking at this temple and that temple. You know how many people think about becoming a monk and then never become a monk? And hold on, I got to send a message to somebody here. Later files. If you don't know anything about Buddhism, about meditation, about being a monastic, about even the notion of monasticism or Thai society or Myanmar society or religious society, don't think that it is equivalent to your poop-covered paper towels that you're sitting there and looking at and commenting about people need to get a job. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's going on here. Don't come in here and just be a foolish pretender, because you're better than that, in that you're not anybody at all. So don't be a pretender. Remember, the I is a pretender. So that's the main clarification, to abandon your life, and to be willing to abandon your understanding. That's what people have to do to stay here and practice with me and get connected with me, is to abandon their understanding, because according to their understanding, none of this is going to make sense. I'm not going to make sense. Me being a Buddhist monk for 7 years isn't going to make sense. Okay? So this is the boundary in the sand, the boundary line that you have to cross, is your willingness to sacrifice your life and to give up your own understanding. If you're ready to do that, I mean, I can set you up. I had people who were saying, oh, I'm going to come and be a monk or whatever, but men usually do not go and become monks because it's too easy for them to make money. Okay, Big Mac Cam, you're welcome. And we've got $5. We're raising a ton of money in this live stream, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's give a round of applause. It's not just every streamer who was a former Buddhist monk of 7 years who goes live on YouTube and then has hundreds of viewers and has $12 of donations. Actually, we had a $25 donation through PayPal. So that's a total of 25 plus 12, that's a total of over almost $40 that we've raised in this period of time. Let's get a round of applause and some W's in the chat for the generosity and the sincerity and the consideration that we've brought here. But this is a YouTube live chat and I'm here to be retarded. Well, maybe that's not what we're doing here. Maybe that's not what this is about. Did you think about that? Okay, Micah, I'm going to take my 7 foot and put it up your more shoulds. Okay, so be very, very careful what you talk about and what you say. So do you have any other question, brother? I mean, what are you thinking? What are you feeling?
Yeah, to be honest, like, I kind of relate to the whole idea of pretending, you know.
Hold on one sec. Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
I called you because I saw you on YouTube.
What kind of stuff do you like to think about?
Yeah, man, I was just thinking, man, I got dumped. I got dumped after 2 years dating this El Salvadoran chick, man.
Well, I'm dumping you too. It's called Malbec. Those Salvadorians are brutal, brother. I tell you, I was in love with a Puerto Rican woman. I was a 24, 25-year-old man, and it's a funny story because it's a really funny story because I actually at that time I had like a 1993 Buick Regal, something like that, and I was living in Baltimore City and the transmission started to go out. And that was a car that I got some money together and I was able to get that car, and I moved into this apartment in Baltimore with this Puerto Rican woman. I was in love. And who would have thought it? That transmission starts to go out. That car got in a hit and run. That car got in a hit and run. That was a car that was falling apart, okay? That car got in a hit and run and I got like a settlement. It was totaled for $4,000. That car was a junker. And then I got a 2017 Camry. And you know that we put the tinted windows on there. You know that we put the subwoofers on there. I wasn't a Buddhist monk for 7 years for nothing. We got a call coming in. Hold on, brother. I'll call you right back. Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
This is from the live stream, is it not?
It sure is, yeah.
Yeah. Hello. My name's Dominic. And I just I was just calling to just say it's really interesting. Like I've come into contact with you like quite like a long time ago from like the early days when you were like in like Hamza, like the self-improvement kind of like movement when you were doing like talks there. I was really into that kind of like movement that you were providing to the young men there. It was like a really nice service that you were doing.
Well, they took it away, you know, and they changed that server, and that's how things go, man. Things change. Everything changes.
Yeah, exactly.
They made a mess of that place. Shame on them. But let's not hold on to that.
Mm.
So do you have any question or anything you want to share?
I just think it's more of like, it's like, cause the overall message that you're talking about, it's very pure. It's very like, it's very nice, you know what I mean? It's very like pure in spirit, but it's just more of like, are you sure you're preaching this to like the right audience? You know what I mean? Like,
No, this YouTube Live, okay, YouTube Shorts, this is the bottom of the barrel.
yeah.
We are
Yeah, definitely.
we are sweeping the bottom of the floor for the schizophrenics, for the young children, for the women, for the beta males, everybody, the most psychotic, lowest people, the poorest people, and the worst people of the world are here on YouTube Shorts, and I'm casting a wide net. People like you that are also here, right? I'm in the live stream too. We have to accept it, and so this is for everybody. This is Buddhism for schizophrenics. This is non-duality for delusional, depressed, anxious freaks. Okay,
Yeah.
This is for the losers of the world. This is for the lowest of the low of the low. And so in that way, it's very flexible and it's very open, and we don't have to worry too much about currying favor to intellectuals and people who have a life to live and these kinds of things. And me most of all. I'm the lowest of them all. If you can't see that, if you can't hear that, how could you be lower more than me? And so the notion that we're also dealing with here, Cherry, you freak, is that there's nothing wrong with being low. There's nothing wrong with being a loser. There's nothing wrong with being a schizophrenic, psychotic, depressed, anxious, whatever it is. Let's be clear about it. There's no you. There's nothing going on here. Nobody's here. We say, but it seems like somebody's here, but it seems like something is going on, but it seems like this is my life, and it seems like. We are here to unravel the seams of the ego. There's nothing right in being high, there's nothing wrong in being low, but you're acting like this. How could you know anything about Buddhism? And that's the problem. You're acting like this. How could you be a good boy? You're acting like this. How could you be a good girl? You're acting like this. How could you be deserving of humanness? How could you be deserving of kindness? How could you be deserving of generosity? How could you be deserving of anything? We live in a sick and psychotic and degenerate world and society, especially in America. So I am the anti-Captain America, and this is my crusade, okay, against the villainy of American psychosis. I'm the doctor here. 7 years, that's enough for a PhD, isn't it? Is 7 years enough for a doctorate or not? I want to see it in the chat. I want to see it from the smart people. People say, I'm not low, I'm a big smart man. Let me hear it. Is 7 years enough to get your doctorate? Hi, Travis. I'm going to heal you, Richard. You agree. Now, what's my name? Tell me what my name is. Dr. Rob. Dr. Buddhism. Dr. Mindfulness and Detachment. You call me. From now on, I'm Dr. Rob. I'm Dr. Monk Life Meditation. Okay? So anyway, I mean, we're going with the flow. We're with it, you know? I mean, what is this? You can't put it into a box. Everybody says, but. Yeah. Take your butt and go wipe it. And better yet, use a bum gun. Get it cleared up. Get it cleared out. Yeah. It's a much better way to live.
My only issue with this is just like, I feel like instilling like these kinds of like teachings and putting it into people who genuinely want to see change. Obviously, that's a whole nother story compared to people who just don't want to. Like, obviously, I feel like, especially with like YouTube lives, the kind of people who stumble on your streams are genuinely people who just like not just like in the sense of like where they are, like if they're like a loser or whatnot. I don't really think that's more of like a thing to be worried about, but it's more of like whether they actually have the mental capacity, or whether they actually want to change, they want to live like a spiritual life and that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So it's just, so part of it is that I'm big bad Mr. Buddhism. That's definitely part of it. I was a monk for 7 years. I went from 20 years old to losing my mind to psychosis, to really being totally lost, to going and living at a meditation center for a year and confronting the mind. I went there, I did that, hypothetically speaking, or proverbially or allegorically speaking. And then when I was 25, that's when I was 20, stayed there for a year. Then when I was 25, I went to Thailand by myself, on my grit, on my honor, on my manhood. And I went and became a monk, and I stayed a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I traveled around the world. I didn't rip anybody off. I didn't sell some coaching program. I didn't play any games. I went out there and I studied and I trained, and I went out there and I put myself out there, and I was available to others along the way. 7 years after, here and now, I'm not a monk anymore. So now I can be an artist. I can be a starving artist, and I can do my work and my sharing. You know what I mean? That's free and open. And people say, well, where's the course, or when are you going to go back to doing meditations and doing stuff like this? My life is the course. And when people say, well, we want you to do this, we want you to do that, well, that's not going to be cheap, because this is a wealthy experience, healthy and wealthy experience. So I'm not just going to go and throw my butt around for anybody who wants to have a little bit of fun. And so this is my work, this is my practice, and it's free for anyone to come and join and to question and to talk deeply. Sometimes we get into a flow, or we get into a certain kind of energetic movement, right? That's very excited or very weird or very out there. Sometimes I'm just stomping up and down. But when it comes down to it, I am here and I am available and I am experienced. And people are going to see for themselves, if they come here and they take a bite, if it works or if it doesn't. But I'm not trying to compete with every other mindfulness teacher, Buddhist teacher, random person who wants to do a class and wants to do this and do that. You know what I mean? I'm here and available for schizophrenics and psychotics and children and women and whoever you are. And if that has value to you, then make use of it. This has value to me because it gives me a chance to be exposed and to do my practice and to do my sadhana, my spiritual practice. Is that valuable to other people? I don't know if it's valuable to other people, but it's valuable to me.
I can understand that, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah. It just kind of, yeah.
Hey, I'm waiting for the phone call. I'm waiting for Mr. Dubai. I'm waiting for Mr. Saudi Arabia to say, look, man, I've been watching your stuff. I'm juiced up. I'm flipped up. I'm tricked up. Me and the warlords and me and the oil barons, we want to get you out here. We want to get you twisted up and flipped up, and we want to have a great time with you, Mr. Yoga Man. And I'm going to say, let's do it. I'm going to fly out first class and I'm going to go and get it done. Okay? But until then, I'm just going to be busy doing my work and my sadhana, and people are coming here to you can come in here to have a good time, and then you get a little bit of wisdom in between. I've got to go because I have
a joy in being a student.
Yeah, and
always a kind of great joy in being that. Always learn something new every day.
And we've got Bryant. Bryant George is a schizophrenic, so join the club, brother. All right, let me go to this next call, and we're always happy to have you here, brother. I appreciate you. You stay safe.
No problem, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, you too, man.
Okay.
Stay virtuous,
right.
man.
Thank you. You too. Just come back to your breathing and stop being so serious. All right, go ahead, Emmanuel.
Hi, Monclair. I wanted to.
Dr. Rob, please.
Oh, Dr. Rob.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can I share for 1 minute something that happened to me for the viewers?
Yeah, go ahead. Who wants to hear it? Hold on, let's take a vote. Who wants to hear Emmanuel's sharing? Emmanuel's a close follower and practitioner, participant in these sessions. Yo. Put W's in the chat. Put this guy's a doctor in the chat if you want to hear from him. Yo. 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 Okay, go ahead, brother. A lot of people want to hear.
Okay, so long story short, about a year ago, I was in a car crash and I was hit by a drunk driver coming home from a friend's house. And, you know, before the car accident, I had a lot of crazy anxiety, crazy, just like nasty feelings in the body that one would never ever want to feel in their entire life. And so I get hit by this car and suddenly life gets super real, you know? And now it's time to start living right and to start taking things seriously, right? And so for about a day, I started living the way you live, where I stopped giving a fuck about things that didn't matter. I started being in a more, you know, relaxed, free state. And I would like to believe that I was starting to kind of live feel what you feel on a regular basis. And it only lasted about 1 day because my stupid dad told me that I needed to get on my knees and to thank God that nothing happened to me in the car crash. And my ego got involved, and it was just super. It's the most like how do I call it? The most offensive thing I've ever been told in my entire life, pretty much. And it just wiped away all the good feelings that I ever had about, you know, the good meanings that I gave that car crash. And all I'm trying to do is go back to that normal state where I'm not mad and feel what I felt the day after, where I was free, like you. And how do I navigate this? How do I?
Well, I'm not any more free than you. Me and you are both irrelevant together. You and I are both irrelevant together. And that is the space in which seeing itself is empty of self. Seeing itself is empty of self. Hearing itself is empty of self. Experiencing, feeling, sensations themselves are empty of self. So that's why we come and we listen seriously, we see seriously, we do our, it's empty of self. Now that self vibration comes in, doesn't it? It sound, that's this sense of myself, this, me doing that thing. And that's what we're clearing out. That's what we're giving out and giving that away. And, let stupid be stupid. Let your dad be your dad. Let everything that appears be as it is, because its ending is inside of itself. You don't need to figure anything out. Everything is figuring itself out in its thinglessness, in its emptiness.
So you're saying in a way that, like, what was said to me that day, that I needed to thank God, whatever, and he demanded I get on my knees and blah blah blah. You're saying that was part of the nothingness, the gibberish.
That's the construct memory. That's the construct memory that becomes like a venom. You've seen Spider-Man, right?
Yeah.
It's like a little block of venom and then its little tentacles or whatever spread out, and they try to get involved. So you just see it as it is, and then you remember, oh, that's the venom, but really don't do it that way. You just ignore it. So we're learning to ignore the venom. We're learning to ignore the things. That's really what we're doing. And in learning to ignore the things, we eventually learn to ignore the whole notion of separation, the whole notion of self. And that's where we can practically communicate, practically collaborate, you know, say, oh, that I'm open to doing that, I'm not open to doing that, that's a danger zone, that's a wholesome zone or a good opportunity, etc. It seems like that happens, right? But that also doesn't really happen. So that this is the life and death moment. And it's always like that. And that's why that's why I call out so strongly, and why the trolls and different people are so important here, because that energy of life and death moments, or intense or trauma moments being excuses for toxicity or negativity or ill will, that's the real danger zone. That's the venom production zone. So we don't want to produce the venom, and that's the producing itself is in fact the venom. And so it's like there's this habit energy of producing, there's this habit, seems to be this habit energy of creating, and what we're doing, we're allowing that to fizzle out. We're allowing that to relax and release the whole notion of self in the midst of whatever's going on.
Okay, well, yeah,
so just take it easy, brother. Just take it easy and relax and be open and listen to Jim. You got that link, right, for Jim Newman?
Yeah, I've looked it up.
So
on my own time.
his latest video, that's his best work yet, I'd say. That's some of his really best work. Some of this stuff is so deep and so close to home that we will just naturally ignore it. And so we're kind of learning how to naturally ignore everything. And then only the real priorities, or that which is really makes sense for us to do, that benefits us, apparently, we just do that. We let go of everything else. And we see that even that is empty.
So what happened to me that day was also an empty.
What happened to you that day is forgiveness appearing before you. It is material forgiveness. So when that memory or that experience comes up, you give out the forgiveness, you give out the offering, you give out the blessing of that forgiveness. Because it appears to be so real that we know that it's not real. And it teaches us, shout out to Erica Sanchez. Oh, oops. I'm going to get in trouble. I'm throwing out names. Anyways, shout out to Erica. I meant to say Mujugalaba is Erica's last name. Thank you for the donation. So, yeah, you just have to be patient with it, and you have to forgive it. Intellectually, you have to forgive the idea of yourself.
The self that has the trauma.
The self that's a someone, the self that talks like that, the self that seems like that, the self that wears clothes like that, the self that has relationships with people like that, the whole shebang, the whole narrative. And so this is that moment of offering out, that moment of forgiveness or whatever it is, right? Is like an action of renouncing your understanding, renouncing yourself. But what you're going to try to do, because that compulsion of self-view is sustaining itself, you're going to try to do that for a period of time. You know, it's not enough to like release and relax the whole body and mind and step back and widen out and see through anything and everything. You want to do that for a long time. So you have to avoid trying to do that for a long time. That's why the idea of creating a consistent meditation practice is a little bit disingenuous, a little bit confusing. So you should try to do that, but in trying to do that, you're making a mistake for yourself unnecessarily. Don't try to understand it. Don't try to figure it out. Just walk it out. You get that reminder and you just walk it out. And I told you, Emmanuel, and you got to listen close to me, because this isn't about us talking with each other. This isn't about you being my friend and me being your friend and whatever. This is about, as far as you know, I know how to punch. And so you also want to learn how to punch. Keep it as simple as that, even though that hurts our ego or whatever, right? So if I say, go up to LA, go to that guy, that temple, and visit that guy, you go and do that. You don't think about it. You have to learn how to stop thinking about it according to your understanding. That's what gets you in a car accident. Thinking about this, thinking about that according to your understanding. When we're thinking, that's when we stub our toe, that's when we make a mistake, that's when we miss out on a good opportunity to give, to sacrifice ourselves. So, you're in a good position. My teacher is also in LA right now, so it's possible you can go up there and meet with him and meet with the group up there, man. So you're in a good position. You just have to kind of be open and get your ego out of the way and listen so that you can try some of these things. Because I can't come in there and take your skin off and then wear that on my body and then go dance around on the street and say, look at me helping Emmanuel. And I don't think that would help you that much anyway, would it? So just try to use your own body to detach from yourself. And I'll try to give you some offerings to support that.
Okay, I will try.
And be patient. We need patience to be at a 110%. Because you're not going to be, okay, I got the inspiration. Now I can never masturbate again. I can never watch YouTube again. I can never watch TikTok again. And I have to go in, and I can never eat food, and I can never drink water, and I have to just ruminate on my suffering, right? No, you relax. Don't go and get drunk. Don't go and get high. But you relax. And you open and let unfolding take place in a relaxed way. With whatever it is, relax with that. Don't be in a state of compulsion. Okay?
I hear you. Thank you.
All right. So, not in a hurry also. We're in a hurry to get a resolution. You know, we're in a hurry to get a therapy or get a guidance or get our hug or whatever, get a kiss on the cheek or whatever. So just, we can try some breathing exercises. You want to do some breathing exercises with me, Emmanuel?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, so I'll hang up and you'll see me on the phone, all right?
All right, gotcha.
All right.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. All right. First facial yoga. First facial yoga. Everybody ready? And what's happening to this sleepy, good-for-nothing chat? I want W's in the chat. I want this guy's a doctor of Buddhism in the chat. I want this guy's the leader in the chat. I want W's in the chat. Come on. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat, 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 W's in the chat. W's in the chat, 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 W's in the chat. I've given myself a doctorate degree from myself to myself. W's in the chat, 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 W's in the chat. W's in the chat, 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 W's in the chat. Come on, everybody, W's in the chat, W's in the chat, W's in the chat. Come on, everybody, W's in the chat, 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 W's. Breathe in big through the nose. Breathe out like this. Breathe in big through the nose. Breathe in big through the nose. Big through the nose. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. See, this is kind of, I just got a thought. I'll share, I'm not going to keep it to myself. I just got a thought. I can see myself like leading a retreat, leading a meditation retreat. And we'll see how, but an environment, a space, right, where we have singing bowls, we have little fun things, little instruments, little kind of tools and things like that, a big aquarium, nice little aquarium in there. And a switch, and maybe I'd like to have different switches around, you know, but a switch where you can turn off the light and it's pitch black. You know what I mean? It's not kind of dark. Well, it's time to turn, no, it's black. And then singing bowls, you know, and gongs, and, you know, things like that. 100%. Casual dads. Listen to this. The last thing, trust me, the last thing I want is a cult. But I would do a meditation retreat like that. Casual dad says, that thought is just a thought. No need to attach. Just FYI. Who's my big strong guy? Casual dads. Who's my smart guy? Who's my strong guy? Who's my wise guy? You are. You're my big strong guy. But I don't know about that, and like organizing a retreat, and now I'm going to find like a time and a venue, and people have to spend all this money to fly out to this venue, and I don't know. It'll come along eventually. I'm very much, and I think a lot of people are in a transitionary period. Maybe it's the sun, maybe it's the moon, maybe it's that star, I don't know, but you know, this is the way of unfolding. So yeah, I mean, I think so too, Abhijit, because I know what I'm like when I watch those videos, and this is better than that. You know what I mean? In terms of not being better or worse, and being about not being better or worse. A vision of self is a blasphemy, Mr. Monk. Let me see those biceps. Let me see those triceps, because we got some big, strong, smart boys and guys in here. It's raining on me, and so do we take that seriously? I'm a Satipatthana. I'm a stream hunter. I know about non-duality. No, you don't take it seriously. You don't take that seriously. Mocking people, for God's sakes. You want to go around mocking people, you're going to get mocked. So don't mess around with that stuff. And we throw in some of that playfulness and some of that lightness. Lego Clone Trooper, he says, my head hurts from looking at your head. You know what that says to me? It says, I love you, Papa. I'm not trying to push fun, but it says, I love you. It says, you're my guy. So it says, I want to give you a hug and a kiss before I go to bed at night. Come and give me one. I love you too. You're my big guy too. I love you. I'm always going to be here for you. And we don't get to pick and choose who we can say that for. You know what I mean? We don't get to pick and choose who can connect with us and resonate with us for whatever reason. We can't force people to do it. I'm not here to force anybody to do anything. You're my big guy or whatever. I mean, I care about you, Lego Trooper. I love you. Get up to $650 when your friends join Cash App. So who's ready to be referred to Cash App as a way to donate to support, as a way to donate, as a way to support this work and this practice? First referral is $20. Second referral is $30. $40 is your third referral, and up to your 10th you get 110. You can get up to $650 that way. Well, we tried. We tried. No, I'm not broke. Because people donate, people support. But I just got this email that says that. I'm not broke, I'm healthy and wealthy. In body and mind, which is most important. How expensive is it to live in LA and eat healthy food? I can't even imagine. Living in LA is like apartment, $2,000 a month or something minimum. It's got to be more. And you know, whatever. Let yourself be broke. Let yourself die. Let yourself let go. Let go. Just let go. I goes, Trooper, introduce yourself. What do you want to say? What is love? You think love is kissing and something like that? I mean, love is we care about each other. We trust each other. We're not afraid of each other. We're here to support each other. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Do, do, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm not encouraging you to listen to music. Don't go around listening to music. It's dangerous. It's a last resort. It's a last-ditch effort, listening to music. But what we can listen to is Tibetan chanting. Meditate, brother. There is no you. There is no me. There's nobody to meditate. Stop striving. Stop struggling. Stop trying to figure this all out. Release. Relax. Everything. Now. Here. Free. Swim through your karma. Don't try to fight it. Don't try to control it. If I hang up, you can call me back. Let's get some W's in the chat. Yeah. Let's get some W's in the chat. Come on, everybody. You have to be very careful with the ego because it's very tricky. And music is very, very tricky one. Very powerful. Music very, very powerful to affect your mind. Try? You want to try to meditate? No, every one of my videos is copyright striked. It doesn't make a difference. All right, you want to meditate? You want to see what meditation is like? You want to see what it looks like when a real former Buddhist monk of 7 years takes off the glasses and gets down to business? I'll show you. I'll show you what it's like. Monkey see, monkey do. Don't overthink it. Just like you're looking in a mirror at yourself. So there's nothing to look for. There's nothing to see. You're just looking at yourself. Be like a cow, or what you know of as a cow, looking at the mirror at yourself. It's not even that you're curious, you're just open to continuing to look at this mirror at yourself. The inside of the body and mind.
First of all, welcome everybody to Non-duality's happy hour. Well, it is happy. to be able to meditate and to rest and relax, let everything go, so we can enjoy some peace and quiet. So the meditation is really simple. All we do is sit down and do nothing. What could be more simple than that? Some people already do nothing. No, I've got to be kind. So anyway, I welcome everybody. And sometimes that's what people ask, how do you let go? How do you actually relax? When a lot of times when people are meditating, they're trying to do something. They've got goals to achieve. They hear that in meditation you can cure cancers. Or look, I remember the first time which I taught meditation over in Bunbury in the prison. They always to ask me, actually not all, but the head guy in the prison gangs down there interrupted me when I was talking about meditation, and he put his hand up. He said, is it all right if I can ask a question? And if you see anyone that big with so many scars on them, you always say yes. And his question was, is it really true that through meditation you can learn how to fly through the air? And I said, and he said in particular, how to fly over walls? Prisoners. I said, well, yeah, it's possible, but it takes a lot of training. And the first time I went there, about 100 people turned up to listen to meditation. When I said it's very, very difficult and few people can actually do that, then the next time I went, only 3 people turned up. It really let me know why many prisoners like to learn meditation, so they can fly over walls. But I haven't seen anyone do that yet. And anyway, if I did teach someone to fly over a wall, would I get prosecuted for assisting people to escape? Would I? Anyway, so let's get a bit more serious now. Learning how to let go enough so that we meditate not to get somewhere, but to be here, to be more deeply where we already are. That is one of the beautiful ways of looking at meditation. We're not trying to achieve things, but let go of that tendency of human beings always to want to get something more, to get rid of some things, to try and go someplace where the problems of our life don't exist. And instead of trying to get somewhere else, we learn how to stay where we are. When we learn to stay where we are, we find that the present moment and the present place, here and now, is usually much more beautiful and attractive and comfortable than we ever imagined. It's a strange thing to say, but that's the way that I've been practicing for so many years now. I've been a monk for 50 years, over 50 years now. And you know that when you try to get somewhere else, that's where you get into strife and trouble. If you stay where you are and start appreciating this moment, that's called letting go. And it's also, you might say, letting be. And to make it even clearer, it's opening the door of your heart to this moment, to this place, unconditionally. And your attitude does change this place. You may think that's weird, that the places are just fixed. It's not that way. The places in which we find ourselves are also defined by the way we regard them. And if we can change the way we regard them and look at them with more peace and more acceptance, with more kindness, to open the door of our heart to them much more, then we find they do become very peaceful, wonderful places. And these days, because I do a lot of traveling, because I get to do way too much, but always I could very easily be a complainer. What we say in Buddhism, a fault finder. Instead of having a fault finder, we change that around to be someone who sees gratitude in this moment, gratitude in this whole body, gratitude in this temple, gratitude in whatever you have to do in life, which comes to you. And that gratitude, you can see a point, a meaning to where you are and what you're doing. You don't want to improve anything, don't want to get rid of anything. All that wanting and all that ill will disappears. And when it starts to disappear, that's where you find some peace and freedom. That's one of those similes of meditation which we got when we started teaching in prisons. When one of the prisoners asked one of the monks, what's it like in your monastery? And when he described our routine, he was far more ascetic in a Buddhist monastery than in their prison here in Western Australia. Staying in a monastery is much tougher than staying in a prison. But there's always a waiting list of people trying to get into a monastery. There's a waiting list of people trying to get out of a prison. Why? And the only reason why is that a prison is where people do not want to be. A monastery is where they do want to be. There's only a difference between incarceration and freedom. Do you want to be here or not? If you want to be somewhere else, you created a prison. So anyone who just does not want to be here, who wants to be somewhere else, anyone who's in a job they hate and they want to get a new job, and going to work in the morning is like going to a prison for the day. If you're in a relationship which is difficult for you, the relationship is like a prison. If you're in a body which is aching and sick, your body becomes like a prison. And you can try and cure it if you're lucky enough. But the best way, instead of wanting to be somewhere else, see if you can want to be here. It's amazing, just, it's not giving in. It's letting go and being kind. And that means that anything which is oppressing you, hurting you, stopping you from achieving deep peace and happiness and fulfillment, that disappears. The hindrances disappear, and you find that right in this moment, there's all the beauty and happiness and fulfillment you could ever want. When you stop trying to get somewhere else, that's called letting be. That's kindness, and that's peace. That's one of the reasons why in meditation, yes, we have these landmarks on the journey. Sometimes people try and make them stages of meditation. It's just stages of peace. How peaceful can you be? How much can you want to be here? I don't know if you've ever experienced a lot of pain. And if you do experience a lot of pain, what do you usually do? Take a medication or go and see a doctor or something. Instead, how about being with that experience and learning from it? You start to learn from it. It's amazing what difficulty teaches you. And as you stay here longer and longer and longer and longer, you find the pain vanishes. It disappears. You can let it go once you know how. Letting go doesn't mean saying get out of here. You say, I don't know why you're here, but I'm going to learn so much from you. Once I had this is just one story, I had really such a bad toothache that this was in a remote part of Thailand. There was no telephone, no electricity. There was a medicine cabinet in the monastery, and I went there in the middle of the night to try and find any medications I could take. It had a nice little cross on the medicine cabinet, but when I opened it, there was nothing in it. It was a nice cabinet, but didn't have any medicines in it at all. So, nothing I could take. So I decided to try meditation, tried chanting. At that time, I didn't really know how to meditate. Nothing worked. until I decided just to let go. Simple as that. Then it really kind of shocked me how powerful those words were, and all the pain in a moment. That was really quite surprising how fast it happened. When you really let things be, the mind looks at things in a totally different way, and what was once painful becomes a source of inspiration and bliss. I couldn't believe how quickly it changed. This is actually how the meditation works. You don't go anywhere, you don't try and get rid of things. Stay where you are. And after a little while, everything becomes peaceful and disappears. And you feel this great sense of freedom. Freedom that wherever you are in this world, whatever happens, you can be so still that nothing affects you. So the way to do that, we do start a meditation by being aware of our body first of all. This is a vehicle which we are driving in. And just like if you came here in a car, in that car you do lock it up, park it properly, so to make sure it's safe, so you can let it go and don't think about it when you're in this room doing meditation. And many of you have done that. The car is safe. And when you know it's safe, that means that you can come in here and not worry about it. Now you sit down on a chair or on the cushion to park your body. You sit it down, try and make it as comfortable as possible, so then you can leave it, knowing at the end of the meditation you can get up and you're safe and free. It's going to be there for you afterwards. That's why it's important in meditation to relax the body so deeply. And that's why I mention that term, relax to the max. I mean, really relax. So that's what we're going to start with in this meditation, a little body awareness method. So your body relaxes so deeply. And when I do this, I always experience a sense of joy in my body, a pleasurable feeling which shows me that I'm on the right track, that my body is relaxed enough to, like your car, to park it and it'll be safe for me when I come back. Because then I go into the mind. That's where the deepest parts of the meditation are. Not in the body, but you let the body go. And you just delve into your mind. But let's get started with the body meditation. So are you comfortable? Everybody usually says yes, but are you really comfortable? That's why I love doing this guided meditation to start with the feet. Actually, I usually start more precisely with the toes. How are your toes right now? Can you feel them? A lot of times we don't pay much attention to our feet because I've never seen a person get like diseases like a toe virus or a cancer of the ankle. We don't give the feet much attention, which is good, because we have no fear there. You can just watch our, say, toes. And after a while you get much, much more aware of your toes than you've ever been before. That's what I'm doing now. I'm not surprised because I've done this many times. I can really feel the toes now. And there's nothing painful, or there's no pressure on any one of my toes. And they feel really comfortable. We'll see how comfortable they can feel. once they are deeply comfortable, then I move on to the next part of my feet, the balls of my feet. When I'm aware of those, again I relax them very deeply. And when they're relaxed very deeply, I never knew that I could be so sensitive in that part of my body. Every time you do this mindfulness meditation, just checking out how your, say, balls of the feet and toes are, you develop that neural connection to that part of your body. And over the days, the weeks, the years, you get so much more sensitive. And that awareness of your sensations gives you the opportunity to learn how to relax them. And you can relax your feet deeper than you ever thought possible. And just by the way, many years ago, discussing with a psychotherapist in Sydney, they were using this method. So they said they were making a fortune. They were giving out a little app online, to sleeplikeababy.com, as she called it. Always works. How to relax so much, it's easy to get to sleep at night. But you can understand why. Your whole body relaxes, it feels pleasant. And it's also, this is putting your attention in this present moment, just now. You're aware of the feelings in your feet. And so you move that attention further up your body, the uppers of your feet, the heels. With this kindfulness, you actually care for these parts of your body. And you check out, are you relaxed? Or are you tensed up because of some injury or pain? If you have an injury or pain, please deal with it, relax it, even if it means moving slightly. And you can feel the result. Your feet relax probably more than you've relaxed in such a long time. And then from the heels, you go up to your ankles. As I move up my body, part by part, I also notice, I recognize the feelings in the ankles, the feelings in the knees are different. So sometimes I just call it ankle feeling. And I know that they are healthy, in good shape. And I learn how to relax them even more. The feeling is noticeably more at ease than when I started. And move that feeling upwards, up through the calves of my legs, up those shin bones and skin. I feel as much as I can there, just with mind and with kindness. I always feel it's the kindness which makes the difference. When you are kind to another person, you can see them relax. When I'm kind to parts of this thing I call my body, that part relaxes too. Just awareness and kindness is the trick to relax even my knees. And when somebody asked last night in the question time, how do you know what kindness is? And this is one way. If you look at someone you really are kind, you should be able to notice them relaxing. it is kindness. It's easy to relax things. You know something by what it does. And so I go to my knees, knee feelings. Once you start feeling the sensations in your knees, I try to imagine them just sinking into the softest of cotton cushions. So I'm not holding them. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just letting them be. That's kindness. And I can feel them honestly every moment. I keep looking, I can see them easing off more. It's like I imagine all the channels through my knees, not just blood vessels or veins or arteries, but lymph vessels, whatever else passes through without any impediments. So natural ways of healing can do their job. I just let it be with kindness. And relaxing feels so enjoyable. And I go to my thighs. And those thighs, lots of muscles, but they feel fine. I allow them to relax sitting like this. I don't hold a posture to impress anybody. The idea of a posture is so the body can be comfortable and ease. Because when it's comfortable and at ease, it will vanish. It's like my feet feelings have now vanished. So I make sure the muscles of my thighs are all at ease, at peace. And in that peace, they've been well looked after so they can disappear like your thoughts about your vehicle outside. It's safe. Once it's safe, you can let it go. And then from the thighs, you move up to the butt. As I said last night, just the big body sitting on this cushion. And all that weight is passed through the muscles of the butt onto the cushion. I can feel that pressure. The nice thing with the butt feeling, it's not going to change. Because it stays pretty constant, it will disappear, which it always does. My job is to make sure that any feeling in the butt is evenly spread, and then I know it will disappear. And from there I go up to my waist. In my waist, I make sure that it's not too relaxed, not too far forward. I just usually move my waist a bit forward, and that feels so much better. This is how my body wants to meditate. So I ask my body, how are you? Is that the good position for you? And now my body has told you that now it is. The back kind of held straight. That's how my body likes it. And it's easy to keep that position for long periods of time. For me anyway. And then I start going up my body, inside. For me, that's going up the digestive tract. And make sure that I move my awareness, sweep it up the digestive tract. If I come across any tension or pain, either in the colon or intestines or any organs at the back, So I pause there, don't have any fear, and see what I need to do to relax it. A lot of times you don't have to move, you just have to notice. The thing with mindfulness, it does give you feedback. So you're looking, experiencing these feelings, and you see what's needed so that any ache or pain or discomfort gets less and less and less. You relax your own body. That's what you learn to do with this meditation. If it gets more tense, you're going in the wrong direction. If it gets easy, carry on. And from the intestines, colon intestines, move up to your stomach. I can feel my stomach now. I've done this a long time. I know those sensations which exist in the stomach area. All benign. My stomach is very comfortable this afternoon. I'm just relaxing it some more. As I relax my tummy, once it's really at ease, I move a little bit further up to my lungs. Relax those too. I'm not precise. Anything in that kind of area will do. I often also add this. If you have any diseases like a cancer, in your chest, stomach, breast, lungs, sometimes you can feel it, you can notice what it feels like. And please never try to get rid of it, just to know it and relax it. Then hopefully that feeling associated with disease just fades away. That's what I've found. So you feel free, happy to be here. I also go to my heart region, just check it out, be kind, be gentle, and just let go. And I can feel that my body welcomes that peace. It feels good with it. Every other time someone's asking my body to get rid of this, or do that, or exercise this, right now I'm just loving it in this moment as it is. Not asking it to do anything, just letting it be. Once you get to know what letting be feels like, it's a beautiful sensation and very positive for the future. I often say that now is where you make the future. This is where I make my health, by relaxing everything. And then eventually I get to my shoulders. And quite often, I was busy this afternoon, very often my shoulders are tense. As they are right now, I can feel them more tense than they usually are. So what I do to relax my shoulders is I scrunch them up even more. It's like if you've got a ball at a certain place on the hillside, you push it up a bit further, so it gets close to the top, and then you let it go. Scrunch, and then let go. I don't tell the muscles what to do. I release that pressure. And I usually get more relaxed than when I started. Now my shoulders feel really good. Go down the arms, past the elbows. They don't usually cause me any trouble. But I just check them out nevertheless. I'm an old monk now. Make sure there's not even any sign of things like arthritis. There aren't. Everything is so at ease. And then to the arms and the elbows. I get the wrist feeling. It's very pleasant right now. Just being aware of how my wrists feel. And then pass that to the hands and the fingers. What I do, especially with the fingers, I ask them, fingers, are you comfortable? Today my fingers answer no, so I will adjust them. I feel so much better. I usually find the most comfortable position for my fingers in meditation is the right hand over the left hand with the thumbs slightly touching. My body's used to that. It always does find it the most comfortable. So having spread kindfulness down both arms to the tips of the fingers, can now go back up to the neck, and at that neck, I can feel the weight of the head above the neck. That could cause aches and pains. So I make sure I bend my head back, bend it forward to the left and the right, to find the optimum position. I care for my neck. I want to get the head in the best position for it. Once that head is in the best position, then I notice the sensations around the eyes and the mouth and the nose. Because they can tell me how relaxed my emotions are. I relax those emotions. Those emotions are really relaxed. The whole head feels loose, at ease. And many of those, I call them negative emotions, like striving, or ill will, or fear, all vanish. Being aware of the sensations on your face is a beautiful segue into the world of the mind. And then I go more fully into the mind. I ask myself, how peaceful are you right now? Sometimes I even advise students just to give the level of peace you have a grading. Is it really 10? Really good peace? Or 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? How peaceful are you? And how do you increase that peace to make it deeper? I say that because it puts your attention on the cause of peace in your mind. A lot of that is being in this present moment. During meditation, please let go of the past. In this present moment, please remember that the future is being made right now. So if you care for the future, stay in this present moment. See if you can notice your mind go deeper into quietness. In this moment, see if you can go so deep into this moment. You stop speaking to yourself. All the descriptions are not required. So you get into the silence of the mind. You can observe and know without giving things a name. You don't need to remember. Memory becomes natural. In this part of the meditation, you don't need to plan. Just allow the mind to cool down more and more and more, to become more and more still. And please appreciate the beauty of that stillness. In that beauty, the joy arises. It's the joy of the stillness of the mind which stops you going to sleep, which keeps your mind awake, so the hindrance of sloth and torpor never consume you. I will be quiet now. When I start speaking again, it'll be close to the end of the meditation.
Okay. Again, come back to our normal way of being. And if you have any questions or anything to share about your experience, that was about 40 minutes meditating, so that's definitely a good period of time. And very deep and good dharma with that as well, from Ajahn Brahm. And there's many, many.
The more our life and mind will be gentle.
Chúng ta có thể sử dụng. Who sat for the full 40 minutes? How was it? Really, I'm lucky? Good job. Yeah, not easy, but it really, talk about align your chakras. Anyone else? Share your experience, ask any question. Okay, you just have to search for Ajahn Brahm, Guided Meditation, Cosmic. Ajahn Brahm, Guided Meditation. Okay, great, Abhi. Yeah, Ajahn Brahm, he's the guy. Granddaddy Brahm. They don't call him that for nothing. Okay, so we'll finish up here. I hope everyone is doing well. If you have any questions, if you need any help, if you want to share anything, you can reach out to me through WhatsApp or send me an email. And you can try also to lay down and meditate, listen to more guided meditations from Ajahn Brahm. You can try a lot of things. And just be patient and be open. Don't take yourself too seriously. And see you soon. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.